It's a new day. It's time to play more Pyanodon. Bum bum bum. All right, Breadbox. Good morning, Jaleo. Talk more. Good morning. So, what's this big post about that you made last night? Talk more about an update to the mod. Utilization tab. Is that a thing for Cybersyn or what? Probably should have reversed half of the belts there. Have half go left, half go right, or half go, you know, because it only takes 3 machines to overload it. Boom. Anyway, so I want to start the bot mall over completely. I don't want to take the time to configure all of the numbers on the inserters, and I want to continue or like revisit the discussion about the different types of chests, because I don't really feel like we resolved the disparity between them, between using buffer chests that have a request set. So there is one definite advantage to using buffer chests that I didn't consider, and that's that if we have buffer chests set to trash unrequested, then we can use fuel of any type in the burner assembly machines that are part of the bot mall, because if they burn coal and then it creates ash, they will just output the ash into the buffer chest, and then that ash gets dealt with. So that could be a way to get rid of and also generate ash in small amounts in the bot mall. Like we could even alter the default blueprint so that it prefers Kerrigan, for example, which is the highest ash generating fuel. I believe that's true. We sort by fuel value, lowest fuel value. Kerrigan's got 2 megajoules. The next closest is coal dust and raw coal at 3. So yeah, Kerrigan makes the most ash per megajoule of energy. That's one advantage to the buffer chest system. If we were to use passive providers, technically that would work too, but then the ash would need to be requested specifically, which isn't a big deal. What are we supposed to do with all that information, though, Talk more? Like... Here, let's let these guys catch up. I'm hoping that we have much better performance today than we had yesterday. It sounded like a lot of people are struggling with connection. I've already figured out how to, like, bypass the 50,000 request thing, modifying... like making it unclear, sort of, like how much stuff we actually need, because this is like a fake need that's not real. So that part of the buffer chest up doesn't matter anymore, really. But train utilization is consistently at 100%. It means it's time to add portraits. Is there a circumstance where you can actually have too many trains? Like if you just throw down a new station and you only add trains equal to the number of depot, like, rows that exist. Like, is there ever a circumstance where having, like, 5 more depots all at once would be bad? Hmm. There are 2 different ones, and I don't remember what it's called, but I can probably look that up. It's, it is a Pi-specific version of loaders, and then it's a startup setting to enable chutes. They should be enabled by default. It's called Loaders-Modernized 1.0.5. And chutes are they're enabled by default. But that doesn't include cranes, and we definitely benefited from cranes. It was a good mod to have also. Well, I feel like if Ming isn't here to defend the counter-arguments position of buffer chest system is better, then it's a little unfair to just, like, unilaterally change the bot mall. But also, if he's the only one that cares, then not that big of a deal, right? You just change it. I want to test something. If I tell this to make stuff, and then I chuck some Kerrigan in there, which I can totally find. No, I can't. I'll just request it. Somebody bring me Kerrigan. It is not my job to locate the Kerrigan. Kerrigan. Not in logistic network. What? There's none available in the logistic network? That's crazy. Alright, I just use... Oh, there's some right here. Bum bum bum. Remind me to upgrade the station later. Do this, Jaleo. Go to there. And then Alt-right click. It'll create a pin for you personally. That's kind of like notes, but it will stay in the corner. Do Cacao still need to get a plantation? I've placed the 2 cacao plantations here and here. They're slowly being built out. But I still have to set up the seed logic. It's not correct yet. It's on my list of things that I'm gonna personally go fix after I finish this bot mall stuff. So if I were to do this, and then I were to give this guy Kerrigan as the fuel, and then give it the resources that it wants. Where's the ash? Does Kerrigan not always make ash? That's weird. Okay, so this is the only part that I'm concerned about, is, I mean, mean, the chances of it being a problem if the machine held up to 1,000 ash. No, it could never be a problem. Because the only way that the machine could ever make 1,000 ash is if it's running nonstop. If it's running nonstop, then that means that the items are being used, and if the items are being used, then at some point this will be not true, and then this machine can grab both. It doesn't have a filter set, yeah, so ash can go into passive providers just as easily as it can go into buffer chests. Cool. Well, I'm not sure if you were here for that part last night, Ming, but I did update your bot mall blueprint to, I didn't personally like how it just had a default of 50, because I was... And I meant specifically, I hope it was clear, I was rewatching part of the stream last night, and I said some dummy built a bot mall with all of the buildings, and that's why we don't have any intermetallics. I was talking about me. You know that, right? Everyone knows that? I was not talking about Ming. I was the one that went through and built like this huge row that had just, you know, it was trying to build 50 of every type of machine. I wasn't making fun of Ming. You know, it's like, whoa, why don't we have any intermetallics? Gee, some dummy. But anyway, that's why I changed the bot mall thing to ask. Instead of assuming you want 50, you can just do this. You can say 2 or 50 or whatever can be the default, but just add this so that it can be changed here instead of having to manually go in and change the inserter. So, and also, I think that we should consider a very, very low craft target, maybe even just 1, because the purpose of the bot mall is to make the stuff that's needed as needed, and the disadvantage to having the craft target be very, very low, like 1, is that if we build a big train brick that needs 100 Kicalc plantations, then there won't be a buffer, and it'll take longer to build. But if we aren't building a Kicalc plantation, then we don't waste resources building up an inventory, spending all of our intermetallics on something that we might build but might not. And then like the same thing with all of the more advanced like sulfur mines and stuff like that. I think just having a target of 1 is totally fine. I'm gonna actually update this to 1. And replace it with a passive provider. And perhaps we should intentionally burn Kerrigan. I think so. So let's remove the fibers and swap to Kerrigan specifically. Ba-bum. Bum 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 bum. Hold on. Dang it. Bum ba bum. Okay. Just requesting Kerrigan. Gonna do a little overhauling. Yeah, this is just, there's just too many buildings that are being made that just never get used. Like, I don't think we ever are going to need this many phosphate mines. Isn't this... Well, maybe. I think some of them are the ones that go on the... On, like, the... They're, like, oil spots. Instead of being, like, a vanilla mine, they're... You only need one mine. Jesus. There's so many resources in these chests. It's just way too much stuff. Oh, I also want to check to see what the default, request stuff is. We're reading ingredients, and then we're requesting... We're setting requests. Ba-dum-bum. Bum bum ba bum bum. Why is it not setting requests? Oh, right. Built the wrong one. Alright, so it's requesting 5, and this needs 5. So good. It's just requesting one bit of stuff. I don't want very many resources. I just want it to make one of the thing, and then if it's not running nonstop, that's fine. Like, I don't want to have this many resources just sitting in boxes, or... The intermetallics problem, I think, really shows how painful that can be. To have so many resources committed to stuff that's not actually being used. Well... Bum bum bum. Love my vacuum cleaner shotgun. It's so silly. I do not know why some of these things have so many darn resources in them. I wonder if some of them weren't configured the same and were requesting more than just one craft worth. Wait. Were they Was the original bot mall blueprint actually requesting 50 times? Because that's how many the target was? And the reason why it's only requesting 1x is because I changed the target to just make 1? That might explain why there's so many resources in them. Maybe not. I don't know. Either way, almost done. And I'll throw down some basic bot mall stuff again. Good morning. Good afternoon, Big Bad Barnes. How are you? Why not autocraft only when they are needed? That's basically what I'm trying to set up. So I changed the... bot mall, bots craft anything blueprint that we were using to this now. Could be the one that's in game blueprints. And, so let's start with the basics. If we were to do this. One drawback to asking what the production target is that it doesn't automatically go to the main screen. You got an extra click. I think I might also remove that for now, because I do really think we should just have it a target of 1. Without that, it will just go straight into this, which is a little bit faster. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, anything I find that takes a fluid, I'm gonna just stick over to the sides so that we know that it's special. I don't think there was another one that I saw yet. Some of these machines might never get used, but I don't care. Just want to cover every single item. Bum, bum, bum. Might as well include the smaller buildings too. I mean, sure, we can try to make landfill here. If there's ever ingredients, they can do that. Sure, fine, whatever. I have seen some of the builds use the iron and steel text plates. Might as well include those. Heck, while we're at it, we'll include the copper, as well as the glass for some reason. Gold. Plastic. Sure, whatever. Alright, so that's everything on the first page. We're gonna need to set up delivery for Kerrigan to the bot mall. Otherwise, these won't have fuel, since I'm intentionally burning using Kerrigan to make more ash, because apparently we need it. So my guess is that many of these machines are not going to run for a very long time because we have so many freaking so many that are going to be in storage now. And these are all backups that are going to get kicked out into the network the second that we need one. Intermetallics, I will grab myself. Ba-dum-bum. 6,000 some robots, and we're using every single one of them. Nice. Standard. Plastic is what's slowing us down on that thing now. Ba-dum-bum. Alright, so let's do some more buildings. Oops. Need that one because that's the fluid one. Bum bum ba-dum. Can fit one more row of stuff. Yeah, I mean, why not? You can just have one machine trying to make them here. Doesn't hurt. Oof. It'll take a while, isn't it? Ba-dum-bum. Last one I did was the little circle thing. Not that circle thing. Different circle thing, that circle thing. Players were here. I think I was there. High pressure furnace. Is that one? Yeah. All right, 2 pages down. Where it might get tricky is if we get new tech and it adds add stuff to this page, like put it in the middle or something. I don't know how it's sorting it, but like that could be annoying. As far as intermediates go, I don't think we need a bot machine making intermediates, but for the sake of completion, I'll just do them all, because that way the bots can actually, you know, theoretically make everything, eventually. We actually have that fish oil. And we already have one of these making them, but we'll add a second. In fact, I want to remove all these too. Replace them with updated blueprint that does that, and then these ones manually update those to allow them to do more. Okay, so we're here. Bum bum bum. Don't even know what some of these things are. Never seen them before. Doesn't matter. Make them. That's 3 pages down. Let's extend this thing. Okay. Getting kind of tired of doing this, but what can you do? Just keep doing it? But, empty barrels can be turned 65% of the time into a steel. You can take apart a barrel? Interesting. Bitumen. Build comb. Use comb. Make bitumen. We don't want to do that. We do want to do all of these. Let's make a spacer so that it's clear that it's a new section. Bum bum. This one. Yeah, I figured it was safe to assume that all of these were going to want fluids of some sort. Wait, did I see that twice? Yeah. Codexes. Codices. This might just set up a loop where they open and close cages. Possibly. But that's okay. If that happens, it'll be funny. Another page down. My job is done. Every single entity. Ooh. You trying to reduce stuff? Well, I mean, I just made a bot mall, a single machine that can build every single item. Like, I went through every single page. And the only ones that aren't set up now are the ones here that required specific fluids. But most of these are also, like, situational, and we can ignore them. I don't think just having these entities placed is gonna be bad for UPS. In hindsight, you know what I should have done? Putting them all right next to each other is good for bot logistics efficiency, but what if I had put them in rows based on where they are in the, on the screen? Then you could actually find them in the bot mall. But I'm not doing that again. At least not for a while. So this is working like exactly how I would prefer for it to work, like very, very few resources in each box. Once the resources get into the box, then I don't know. We shouldn't waste a lot of resources building stuff that we don't need this way. Especially with such a huge backlog of machines. Jeez. These aren't even in the logistics network yet, but they kind of are. Oh hey, we have research. Research is happening? But how, though? Alright, so that means we gotta get this Integration Science Pack 2 actually working. Bum, bum. I want to make sure that these all get pushed, like, directly into storage. Because I'm worried that there's too many different signals and that the five stack of, like, pulsing through is gonna just be too infrequent to actually pull the stuff out before, like, another machine tries to make it. Bum, bum, bum. Just gonna overload the logistics bots for a bit, but they'll figure it out. Alright, so that was the thing, and now I need to go work on seeds, I think. Need to get more cacao plantations done. Am I not requesting glass? I am, but there's not very much available. But why, though? Do we not make a bunch of glass? We do. Seems like duralumin might be short, too. I guess I should have checked first to see how many I might need. I think I have enough. Okay, let's turn off robots. We have a train that's confused. Away I go. Let's fix this seeds situation from last night. Oh my god, you're bearded now? I've had beards here and there. There was a couple times over the last 10 years where I went full on crazy beard. But, I've noticed that I'm getting a lot more white in my beard. I think I'm gonna have a pure white beard. At some point. I don't think you realize how many items we were wasting just sitting in the old base. Well, at this point, now that we have a bot mall with every entity specified, like, if we want, we could go rip up the bus a bit, but it's a lot of work. That's all that I had, apparently. Alright, why is this broken? I feel like it's not running at all, and it should be. We have clay. Hulk. Oh, it's because it's putting the calc into the... Because of that one inserter. Probably. Funny. Alright, let's get this output station hooked up, and then for the seeds... I need to ensure that the machines have access. How do? Putting 5 seeds in every machine is not really the smartest way to do it. So we need 15 to actually run. Perhaps what I'll do is, instead of using a splitter... No, I can just do this. Wire this piece to these 2 machines. Have this give a signal of W if it's working. This one as well. And you are enabled to disable only when W is 2. Only if both these machines are working does that belt allow seeds through. The only way that that's true is if there's seeds backed up on the belt. That should work. Let me double check by grabbing at seeds. W value of 2, belt turns on. Good, good. And we'll put the same logic here. And here. And here. And here and here. Machines want so many seeds in them. Like they grab so many that they don't need because the recipe takes for goddamn ever. Eventually it'll get there, but... Created 100,000 construction science pack 1s. Alright, well I did the seed logic, so that's done. Leo, you still have your 2 warehouses that you were wanting to update. This one and this one. Ba-dum-bum. So, what can I do now? Just reminding you in case you forgot. Oh, here's what I should do. This should go here. That way all the farms stay running. Before adding recall gas modules. Machines that don't have seeds to run anyway. Like what I should do is grab all of these recalls in every machine that's not running. Yeah, I put it in a bad spot. Could have easily predicted this was going to happen. One missing top today. Where? Oh, right there. Thank you. Bum bum. Yeah, it's annoying, but I really should make sure that the seeds are made. It's a net positive on total cacao if you do it all. Look at me, I'm a plantation owner. Like a... What's the description of these things, again? Cacalcs. What are cacalcs? Bum bum bum. Very, very fluffy trees, which provide high-quality fibers. They're fluffy. They look like, those little... like dandelions. You know, you blow them and... Well, the seeds are flowing. They should automatically do the rest eventually. I just need to hook up the actual warehouse now. Also, I should probably not leave seeds in this last machine. Because I want these to turn off. All these little segments. Alright, so let's do into the box. Bulk seeds, less than, stack size. Like 6,000 is fine. Let's grab this. Paste the same logic over here, except that it needs an actual station. I think we're alternate row, quick input output. With nothing required. No inputs. Except for Steam. But rather than having another Steam requester station, I'm just going to tie into the theme that we already have for this one. Now I can paste this. Right. Huh. Weird. That is strange. What? How is that possible? How's the warehouse in a different spot? Whoa. Did we get an updated train blueprint? Like, why is there so much less circuit stuff? Is this station upside down? It is. That's why. How on earth did that blueprint get upside down? Someone rotated it. Never rotate these. Ever. Ever. Okay. Now it works. I'm actually really glad that I found that, because otherwise, ugh, I could have messed up tons of stuff. In fact, we might need to go figure out if there are any stations that are upside down. What would be a good way to, like, double check? I mean, we could manually inspect every single one to make sure it says output. Good that that word's there. But, I mean, if I just did that, it's very likely, I think, that someone else has also been doing it. Because it's a global book, right? If I rotate that blueprint, it's rotated for everyone? Maybe someone's on the server from Australia. Alright, I still need to remember to make barrels / milk. Right. So I imported steel. This is fairly close by to where I am right now. I still have my train here, so go work on that now. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, we're gonna do a... We're importing the Corlex food, some Tufra fish, steel plates. I've got 1, 2... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 belts. Except that it's the same 3. No, I ended up dividing it out by 6, but... I can do this thing. This one wants the empty barrels, this one wants the food. Okay, I can figure this out again. I can figure out what I was trying to do last night, I swear. Alright, hopefully we have a steel delivery coming. This is for the milk. Steel getting picked up right now. Good. Okay, we'll take the steel out. No. Bum. You are only going to grab steel. And we'll just have half belt of it. And we're gonna make... I should probably use an automated factory because I don't want to bring fuel out here. Your job is to make barrel. Your job is to make milk barrel. I need me some Corlexes. Do we have Corlexes? Okay, these can just output... And let me think. So if I've set up the logic here so that we only have 20 of any item type. Don't think I need to worry about overloading it on empty barrels. We also need to fill the water. Bum. And I already have that set up on the other side. These will take the filled ones. But yeah, if I just... Yep, okay, we're good. I already planned ahead for that, apparently. Bum. Don't actually need to add build barrels at all. Just need to introduce the empty barrels. Okay, so that's going to split, and then we got the empties of both types. Only allowing on to up to 20. Still need to get the fish and tufra, which is going to be... Just going to grab this loader here. Bring this down to here. Fish on one side. Empty barrels. Tufra's here, so... Copy this to here. Oh. Fish here. Tufra here. Fish? Fish. Go on the bottom. That one can feed in here now. And then we've got the Corlex food. And then I don't need this one because I'm not introducing different barrels, so we should see water barrels. Yep. So, has anyone started making Corlexes at all? That's something we need to do, apparently. Easiest way to make this consistent is to just delete the whole thing. And re-paste the one I just updated. Give me this. Have this that way a little bit more. Bum bum. Okay, I think I did that right. Just need to hook up this to the top now. Okay, we got the tupra, which are there. Should see, yeah, there should be tufra on the top line. Bum bum bum. Need to make sure all of the inserters got built. Some of them are hard to tell. Yep, there's missing one. Aren't the barrels something that you put into the system once, then they get cycled? Yep. So, it's only, the logic is set up so that it only adds, it'll only allow for up to 20 barrels. 20 of any item, actually, on each of these sushi belts. So what will probably happen is that it will end up with a little bit more than 20, total barrels for both milk and for the water, but it won't be possible for it to be such a large number that it breaks the system. I had this running in a test world for a long time, and it's completely broken. Well, shit. Huh. Why does that happen? Every single time. Bum bum. Every time a empty barrel gets taken off to be made into a water barrel, it adds one more barrel. Alright, I can add a little tiny bit of math. We'll add one more combinator. Water barrel needs to be... Bum, bum, bum. If empty barrels are less than 20, then you're allowed to add. But also, water barrels need to be less than... Yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to set up, Talkmore. I guess I'm just summing the two together. Perhaps arithmetic combinator does this better. Bum, bum, bum. Output E. E for total. So sum water barrels plus empty barrels and output it as T. And then instead of this checking for empty barrel count, we'll have this check T. That just double counted it though. Oh no, it didn't double count it. It's because I let it put extra. Bum ba dum bum. Bum ba bum ba bum. Or you could just give it 5 minutes to supply the loop, then tear down the barrel maker. Right, but the way I'm setting it up, if we end up wanting more milk, I can just paste this and it will just work. With no player ever having to go to the location in the first place. The robots will set it all up and it'll just run. It makes the barrels and then it only adds in, and this is technically smarter. Technically. Assuming that it works. Okay, so we end up with a slightly higher T value. Let me pick up the empties. Bum bum ba-dum bum. T equals 31, yeah. Is it actually comparing the 22 to the 20, or is it comparing T to S? Maybe this doesn't work yet. Alright, here's some empty barrels. We're at E22. I just grabbed a bunch. Did you just add a bunch more? Okay, yeah, it is comparing the number. It's not comparing S to T. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, let me... I want to copy just this part into the test world. He's got reorganized. Bum ba dum bum. Okay, and then I needed fish. Fish and tufra. This one goes here. And my barrel combo is also different now. It's no longer filled water barrel. This is empty. Milk barrels. Okay, this needs tufra. This goes here. Now we'll delete it all, start it over, see what happens. I might have to do the same thing with the empty milk barrels too. Yeah, almost for sure. For sure, for sure. That gets me M, which we're going to pass the supply through. M is 20. This needs to care not about this, but about M. First we want to send M back into this. And we put M. I'm going to assume that this does work. But we'll let it run in the test world where we actually have Corlexes. Because I don't think we have made any yet. This one accidentally let a bunch in. Is the to-do list up to date? I'm working on my own little pins right now, but as far as this, poof, I don't know. Honestly, I haven't used it much, personally. Ever since I learned about alt-right click, like, this is a easier way for me to keep track of my own projects, but... T is 20. Why is T 20? Probably just from when I was setting it up. Okay, how's the test world one looking? Everything's staying perfect? This one's got a problem. M is going nuts. I must have pasted this wrong. upside down or something. A little bit of fish, a little bit of milk, a little bit of barrels, a little bit of food. Let me just double check that I didn't make that mistake in the real world too. I don't think I did. We've got E at 22. So it looks like if the logic is in place right away, T never goes above 20. At least it's not in the test world, but because there's some slight errors while I'm like, before I've pasted it, sometimes T goes a little bit high. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, we're gonna let this one run. This one should actually work. These guys are just waiting for the filled water barrels to come around. Oh, interesting. Right. I never actually hooked up the water over here. That would explain why they're not. Bum. But also, I'm realizing that the filled water barrels, ideally, should be here, because this machine's going to get first access to everything, and the water barrels are going to go all the way around, and then this machine's going to take all the filled water barrels, then this one, 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 all the way down until this one finally gets one. So, if there's space, I should fill the water barrels on this side. I don't think I have any water fill on me, though. So annoying. Would it be better to wire up all the machines, read the contents, and if you have less than 10 times the number of machines, plus some number like 50 total barrels, add more barrels? Technically it's four separate systems. I was wondering if I should or could. Just have be one big system, but decided on 4 because I want to be able to turn on, like, the top one first, for example, if we have very, very low Vorlex availability. Vorlex. But, I don't know. Thing claims to be working, but it's lying. Alright, how's the test world one looking, though? Okay, let's get rid of this. And even though it's going to take a little while for the system to restart, I'm going to refresh it because I want to... This way, first one should turn on first. Interesting. Okay, so because I flipped the side of the belt, these need to have far drop lane now, not near drop lane. In theory, the robots are bringing this, water fill. Water fill's just made out of water, but if I had water, I could... For water nearby? I have barrels of water. Interesting. This could work. That's so dumb. It's so silly. Suddenly, now I have infinite water? Okay, cool. Something about that just cracks me up. That's really silly. How you looking, Test World? MS and T are all staying fine. First batch is done. Let's see if MS or T all get messed up here. M and T both went to 22. 23. He's now 25. But more barrels will never get added. Bum. Bum, bum. You know what it is now? It's the inserters. Alright, so now we're reading what is in the hand of either inserters whenever the barrels leave the belt. We don't lose track of it. We're reading the contents of the machine. Ingredients that are part of in-craft recipe. I think we don't need that. Maybe we do, I don't know. Ba-ba-bum. Reset. This does seem like a overly complicated way to do it, but I really do think once I get it figured out, it will be useful in many other applications, because I've done multiple sushi systems now. I forget where the last one was, somewhere down near the bottom. Here? Another example of a sushi system that just waiting on the Kikok plantation to come online. For the 2 for food, or Corlex food, or whatever. Alright, I really need to get on to Corlex. Okay, you guys are... But that's working, yeah, the way that it should now. But I probably need to wire up this side also. Which is sort of annoying, because I've got to pass the signal all the way back. So I don't actually have that one on the exact same spot. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Okay, that connected across just fine, and now we've got milk, hopefully not breaking. None of these are working because water barrel insufficient. Huh. Might need to introduce a higher total barrel count than just 20. Because these each want 10. Hmm. Also, am I actually bottling water fast enough? I need 3.6 water barrels a second. This can only do 2.5, so no, I'm not. I don't make barrel water quickly enough. Shit. Didn't even consider that. I assumed one for each row was plenty. Hmm. Also, I'm inserter limited. Point 0.6. I just used 2 inserters, that's 3 machines. Per. Bastards need a lot of water. 'Think what I should do is leave... I already have water spots set up. I'll just have water barreling on both sides, I guess. That'll be enough water total. But I do need to figure out how to use 4 inserters, not just 2. I guess I could do this. And then have these still holding and pulsing so that we can keep track of... We don't lose track of the barrel count. Good work. Then we go back to having it on this side too. Um... This side will want to... No, it's fine for it to output to that side. This one's in a slightly different position, kind of annoying. I don't think that it can... I'm not actually sure which side of the belt that's going to go on. Okay, it appears like it's still putting it on the inside. Good. No problem then. Corlex already? I mean, I'm working on it, but I need to actually get them being made. I haven't done any work on that. It's part of this problem, part of the... words, Jesus. Corlex Codex. I can make them. Corlex... Okay, so we need to do this recipe. The Easy Squeeze Ranch can make Corlex out of Corlex pups. I guess start figuring this out too. To get Corlex pups, we have to first use... Wait, Corlex pups just come out of... basically just Corlex food. We definitely have Tufra seeds, right? Because we've got Tufra. I remember seeing Tufra get delivered to my, Tufra's not part of Corlex food, right? No. But Tufra's part of this, and we have Tufra, so we definitely have Tufra seeds. Alright, did I reset the test world again after... I did not re-add water on this side of the test world yet. Okay, I need to finish that first. Double up the water availability because I needed more barreling, apparently. Carry the signal forward so we don't lose track of milk barrels. Or water barrels. Don't think I need to worry about upgrading these to faster inserters. Total milk barrel count is... less than 1 per second. It's still more than a single mechanical inserter, though. But yeah, those need to get upgraded to yellow inserters also. Then we're opening the milk barrels on the outside. Yeah, that looks fine. Need to simulate that I've got my water pipes in the test world. I can't place the offshore pumps for some reason. In the test world, it does not like doing that. Okay, empty barrels are available. Get the water here, here, here. Crap. I think I just realized another problem, though. Every single time one of these inserters picks up a barrel, we're going to lose track of the barrel for a second. And then it'll push another one in. Obviously, we don't need to keep track of the ones that are in the machines, because I can't really do anything about that. Or can I? Can we read contents? I don't think it's going to be a few percent extra. I think it's going to... If I let this run for a long time, I think it is... Every time, it's just going to keep on adding a couple more barrels. We don't lose any barrels over time, no. There's no... It's just 3 empty into 3 filled, and then same thing with the water barrels. You don't... 10 water barrels in, 10 water empty barrels out. I think I don't care about the ones that are in there, but I do need to care about these inserters. The only reason that this is complicated at all is because there's 2 different types of barrels. Otherwise, I would just use the inner loop for it, you know, and then it wouldn't matter. You're not supposed to have filters. Wait, yeah, you are. What are we talking about? Wait. No, you're not. Don't use filters. Just keep signal. Keep a hold of your signal. That's all that matters. Okay, double check that these are pulse holding, and then bum. This is the top half of each row. And then I need to rewire the bottom half to pass through the inserters also. Okay, that's just the test world though. I need to update the real world. also. Should be able to grab the whole box. This should fit on top of the real world one. Update all the wires instantly. Okay. The reason why I'm pretty sure that the setup I had a second ago wasn't gonna work is because M somehow got to 22. If it ever goes above 20, that means I lost sight of a barrel and that it introduced a new one. And that's why there's 13 empty milk canisters and 9, whatever, like 13 extra. These values represent the amount of extra. This one's got 32M and 40T, but that's before I introduce the... So I'm gonna have to reset it one more time and let it run. But in the meantime, I'm gonna work on growing the Corlexes. Do we have any positive seeds from the Caculc plantation yet? Yes, we actually have Caculc seeds. Means we must be making the food. Correcto mundo? Food? Bum. Why you no bring Caculc seeds? It wants to bring 6,000. It's 4,000 is the amount that we need before a shipment will go. Right. Okay. Well, we're almost there. Looks like this logic that I set up is working just fine. It's not possible for these seeds to get connected into the system until after those last two buildings get made and pass the working signal through, but... How's the secondary plantation looking? Ah, that's one drawback. Looks like the robots are kind of stupid and they're putting the modules into these and they're, you know, building these ones ahead of the other one. And this one I don't think ever got any actual Caculc directly delivered, so I don't think it's possible for it to, even grow there yet. I need to go fix that. Yeah, so like, again, just to make sure I'm actually explaining why I'm putting so much effort into tracking the barrel count and stuff. a much simpler approach. It's very similar to the bricks, right? The bricks needed for wherever it is, you know, for hot gas production. Here, like, well, actually, speak of the devil, this system doesn't seem to work. But that might just be because we have all the hot air. Okay. Yeah, you could just like introduce a certain amount of bricks and it's fine. But then you still have to like tend it and kind of like fix it. I want to make it so that it's just fully automatic, that the barrels will only, because I'm making them, right? I don't want to let it. I want to be able to copy the whole blueprint again at some point. Okay, I need to grab some seeds from first plantation in order to get the second plantation growing some. Because they are not linked, a linked system. Actually, another argument for automation. Maybe I should have set it up so that even though this place produces cacalc seeds, maybe it should also import cacalc. Cacalc seeds are these. Like I could have a belt of cacalc that comes down and then prioritized merge it here so that it uses its own supply first, but if it doesn't have enough, it'll take from other plantations essentially. Seems sort of reasonable. Although I don't think we are technically exporting cacalc at all. The whole point is the seeds. You know what would be a lot easier? Just grab out of the big box, dummy. Is cacalc the only source of raw fiber? No, we get raw fiber from wood. Tons of raw fiber from wood, because we have a turd. This is where most of our fiber comes from. Wood into raw fiber, into biomass, into regular fiber. Cacalc is an interesting plant in this game because you take cacalc and you make it into cacalc seeds. Then you grow the cacalc seeds with clay into cacalc, and that's it. There's like the only net product, the way I'm using it right now at least, is just extra seeds. No, don't put 300 into just 2 machines. That's ridiculous. Dang it. Need to change how quickly this does it. .5 seconds, please. Alright. Second plantation should at least start helping. And I should set up this also. Hey, how's it looking? Plantation seems to be fully running. Fully running, fully running, fully running. Good. And I think I put enough seeds into this one to fully prime this one. The buildings are slowly getting added. How's the bot mall been doing since I changed it this morning? Has it been building things? Keeping up with whatever? Like, I can tell it's at least building cacao plantations. Wherever those were, I can't even remember at this point. They're from the last ones that I did, so over here. Products finished 23. Intermetallics. Hey look, it's an intermetallics shortage, of course. It is building the cages? Good. Did it end up doing the boxing and unboxing of animals that I thought it might? One cage plus one Ulrich equals whatever, and then one Ulrich plus one... Yeah, it might go back and forth. It'll be kind of silly. Alright, back to the test world, see how this is doing. Is it... After however many minutes it's been... You know what I could do, actually, is... Put timer. Just wire arithmetic combinator to itself, and then say, like, T for time, plus 1. Output T. You can keep track of how many ticks have passed. Each divided by 60. Output that as M for minutes. No, S for seconds. I need to use the modulus. Bum, bum, bum. 68 seconds. feed this in, and then do each. Which one of these is modulus? This one, I think? Yeah. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, and then I take seconds. Total seconds divided by 60 for minutes. So we connect here. In 2 minutes. Do the same modulus here. Two minutes, 17 seconds. Combine these together. 3 minutes, 12 seconds. Did you wire up display panels? I can't remember if that's a thing or not. Delayed by 1 and 2 ticks respectively? Ah, true. Yeah, because of the wire connection. But it's 1 tick, right? Are you just... we're just off by a couple ticks. Like, I don't think it's going to compound the actual math long term, do you? It has been that many ticks, which is... yeah, 4 minutes. I feel like there should be a way to do this in vanilla, to display stuff. Yeah, if there is a way to do it, I don't know how. I just want it's just a simple clock. Just minutes and time. And then I can paste it so that I know how long it's been running. Like, I'm testing this cacao, or this Corlex milking thing, and I know that it's going to take a long time for it to perfuse the number of barrels that are needed to run all of the things, but I'm curious to see how long. Right now we've got the first 2 online, and then all the rest. So it's working on the first 2 and the last 2, based on water barrel availability, but once they get their supply that they want, then the next one comes online. This one's at 3. Third one just turned on. This one... yeah. Interesting that T and M are still going up. I think I need to increase the basic availability for barrels. Instead of trying to keep it all the way down to just 20 only, like... here's a way to test it, maybe. I have an idea. I'm gonna wipe it, including the clock. Restart it. And then we're gonna change S on each of the rows and see how they perform. Let's put this one to like... I don't know, 400. This row... 200. Items each, this one can be at 100. This one we'll try at 50. And then I can get a visual idea of like how quickly it works and see what the barrels feel like, or like the belts on the edge, how heavily saturated it is. I mean, this way it's adding so many barrels right up front. My guess is that 400's overkill. 400 means... Wow. Actually only to this far so far. Surprised. Maybe 400 is not too much. So the lower the value, the quicker it comes online. This one's got 5 machines working. None in the back, that's expected though. This one's only got 3 machines working. This one's only got 2 machines working. And the one that has 400 has none yet. Because it takes so long to get so many barrels into the system that it's blocking the other input. Interesting. Alright, I need to do this. So where do we get the first Corlex from, though? Has anyone already solved this in the game, or... Corlex Codex. Corlex Codex is used in this. This is where we make the very first Corlex. Needs these things. I need at least one in order to be able to put a Corlex here, and then we can just make more from the 2 for seeds Corlex food. So, I'm gonna go do that. Do we have seeds yet? There's only 277 seeds, so I'm guessing that means we have our first seeds delivery. And we're making food. We can increase the supply of items. We're gonna use it for milk, yeah, we're gonna make science out of milk, somehow. Well, technically it's not science milk, we're making this stuff. Cassian. Cheese. Milk cheese. Step 1, make Corlex. Step 2, make we milk their 8 teats or something. And then we turn it into this stuff through this whole process. And then we get cheese. And then the cheese is used for Integration Science Pack PySite 2. Needs Cassian. Also known as cheese. Someone else I hope is working on Arcat honey. I think that was Princess was working on. That's bees. I don't know where flavonoids come from, or zippers, or paragon, but I think I'm ready to I'm gonna head back to the thing and do we have like a generic first animal setup area? I remember when we were doing we used to do stuff like here-ish when we were creating new animals for the first time, but I assume that that's old and bad. Interesting. So with an S value of 400, the outer belt is like super full in most places, it looks like. I had a feeling it'd be too much. And that's blocking the food from getting on. So they end up starving for one of the items. With an S of 200, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of the machines working on the top, and then probably about the same on the bottom. That's definitely better. Second row has only 3 machines working. A couple more on the bottom. It appears that an S of 200 is a little bit better. My 2 for plantation's almost done. Or cacao plantation, I mean. No, it's not. Never mind, there's a ton more buildings need to get made. No fish. We don't make fish? Where's fish? Fish. Huh. There are no stations that actually provide fish as an export? Then how did I get fish in the first place? Okay, we need to export fish for the... Ugh, skin and meat and guts and bones. Also, this station should get upgraded to the newer system. Where could we get the fish? Plenty of fish in there. Alright, almost none of the machines are actually working. Bum-ba-bum. For reference, based on the numbers that I've been doing, the amount of fish needed is 3 fish a second. But also, I think we feed fish directly here, too. Yep. So that means 3 fish a second plus... 10.2 fish a second. So if all you have is that one belt, and it's a half belt, that's actually not going to be enough fish per second overall. Because it's only going to be 7.5 max, assuming it's completely full. We're going to have to find either another way to pull them out, or... Well, how much does this actually make? This whole build only makes 4. Overbuilding again? Wait, we would never. We would never. Bum-ba-bum-bum. I mean, like I said, I only need 4 machines to make 0.5 Cassian per second. 4 milkers. And yet, I ended up building this, which is 144. Because it's the size of a train brick, and that's Talkmore's fault. Clearly. He made the brick the size that it is, so we have to build every single build and take advantage of the full space inside a brick, right? Obviously. Okay, I need to get a creature chamber. Oh, nice. We have the... That's right. We have the turd replacement recipe. Because of one of the things that we chose. The creature chamber upgrade. We got knowledge transfer, which is going to help us, apparently. Or is it? It appears to be the exact same recipe. Oh, but there's an 80% chance we get the cow DNA samples back. Got it. Data array. Incubator. Well, how convenient. Flowers. I'm going to make a Corlax. It's going to happen. Game can't stop me. Bum. Okay, let's get you. Making some bio samples. Automation science packs are not on their way. Just make a few here rather than try to import them or something. I doubt we have soil. Oh, there's some automation packs. Okay, so this is going to create generic Earth DNA sample times 1. It's going to take only 25 seconds. I need to do that just once, and then I can get a cow DNA sample. Cow DNA sample. I need 3 of. Okay, what about this cDNA crap? Ugh. So be it. Beetle serum. And artificial blood. Biofactories. Need intermetallics. Always the intermetallics that are missing. Yeah, they just made it for me already. Good problem to have, I guess. This is blood. Blood? Do we have blood? I assume we do. Yes. Plenty of blood. Can I tack on a request for blood? It gives the blood. Bum bum. This is the perfect place to build it. Don't question my methods. This is where we build the yeah. It's fine. I'm sure I won't regret doing it in the middle of the bot mall at any point. Never, never, never. How would that happen? Maybe it'd be better to create like a little... Yeah, I should do a little experimentation area or whatever down here. Not in the bot mall though. Ba-bum, ba-bum. Let's grab all of this. Boom. Okay. This should be up here. How does this mod play compared to previous runs? This is the most complicated Factorio mod I've ever played. It's way, way more complicated and more detail, more depth than Bob's mods, Angels, Petrochem, any of that stuff. This one puts those all to shame. But it is true that it's not unfun. It's just complicated. Okay, we want to bring the blood over. Too much random crap. Except that I do want those machines in case I need to do that. This whole thing can come down here. A centrifuge. Biofactory. Alright, so we're making albumin here. I also need flute tech. Ugh, which needs all kinds of weird shit. Cobalt fluoride. Alright, surely someone's done some sort of stuff with this crap for other animals, right? I don't necessarily need to depolymerized organics, like... We used wooden poles because we wanted to prevent the train stations from connecting as easily, because they're not meant to connect until the station's completely built, otherwise it messes with CyberSyn. And because when we started building out our rail network, we didn't have medium pole production at any kind of good level. Okay, I need to find guts. Did the fish get exported? Yeah, looks like they are. Get rid of this. I'm working on making a Corlex right now, but I'm kind of running into an issue where I don't have any of the stuff I need. Like, ugh. Beetle serum. Also requires silver plate. Soot can be made into silver plate. And a solid separator. Do we have some soot? I think so. Bum bum. Okay, over there. Just have to go find, go grab some. I'm not gonna, like, set up importation just for this one job. Okay, so I'm going to pick up soot, which I'm going to then run through the solid separator to create the silver plates that I need. Glassware. Can be made in a glass works. Presumably we have glassworks already making those somewhere. Bum ba bum. I need petri dish, but this is kind of similar. Bum bum bum. Glass. Okay, so we don't have any glassware in the train grid, but there are machines here that make glassware, and they don't have any molten glass. Apparently we are having difficulty delivering molten glass. There's a glassware brick. A whole brick of it? I just searched for it and didn't see it. Oh, that's not hooked up yet, though. Alright, I'm gonna head over there. Do we actually have molten glass? Like, it's not a molten glass shortage. Bum bum, 82,000 available molten glass. Okay. Yep. Alright, so that takes care of the glassware. I needed the fetal serum. Okay, that one's done. Artificial blood is what I was also working on. That needs this latex wrap. Stop, stop, stop. I'm ready to leave. Okay, we got a hot air delivery coming and a gasoline delivery coming. Multiple trains bringing stuff for this one. I meant to chassis. Let's see. I still left my robots behind or something. Or maybe not. Okay, these need power. No, they don't. They just need gas. Hmm. Yeah, I suppose parking my train there is not a good idea. I'm worried about the iron alloy nextlet delivery. This one... Boom. I, for some reason, doubt that we have a good supply of that. Also, is rubber coming? Boron trioxide? Hmm. Yeah, so we're missing a couple of the train's stuff. We don't have any rubber. We don't seem to have any iron nextlet antimony special. At least not enough for a train. Three provider stations of rubber, and they have way too little. Crap. I needed acid gas or something. Is acid gas available in the... Looks like it's not making much. Not enough to ship off a train. Which part of this process makes the acid gas? Output full. Ursula found a problem. It was not connected. So no acid bath, no acid gas. Yeah, that pipe is one segment too short. A train here? Good. I'm nearby, I'll go fix that. I can remember where it was. Oh, you're right there too? Good. I need a tiny bit of acid gas to make the first Corlex. Because I have to make this stuff called cobalt fluoride. But I don't think I need a whole train full. Oof, almost got ran over. think that when I moved it, it took all my native flora. Dang it. Oh, nice. We are working on the first cow DNA. Okay. This one takes 5 full minutes, though. Get that one started. That's 1, 2, 3 of those, which is the 3 that I need. We already got the fish. Already got a Corlex Codex. These biosamples will cover the first one. I need 4 alien samples. Come from... need ground samples. Oil plus rich clay. Oil's on the way, but rich clay do not have. Fortunately, there's water right there. Need to find some ash. Why did that water not get hooked up? Because I missed. Yes, that's the rich clay that we need for this. Biological samples. Comes from all kinds of crap. We don't have that, do we? Nope. Well, I swear there was urea somewhere nearby. I think it was like really close to the fish stuff that was near the mall, so... Plus there's a bunch of the parts that I think I might need to make it. But urea. Got me some urea in my pocket. Yay. Ralesia seeds. Is this supposed to be unlimited? Seems like maybe this should be limited. Okay, these are incubated petri dishes. That's another thing that I need. Ooh. Collecting all this random crap takes time, man. I'm assuming I can use bones to make bone meal. Back that way. Can I use bones to make bone meal? Fluidized bed reactor. Need steam. I don't think I actually got the incubated petri dishes that I needed. Back to there. Any steam nearby? Probably easier just to make it from the water, I guess. You trying to take me home again already? Dang it. Stop that. Do I ever play E5? Yeah. I haven't played it in quite a while. Over a month, I think. Because we're waiting for the next patch. Right now, take me to here. And I need to make a fluidized bed reactor. Okay, I need to find Relesius seeds. I need to also carry around like some basic fuel or something. That'll work. Okay, biological samples are going to come from this, which is going to be the bone meal coming out. Need to find Relesius seeds. Doubt that there are any in the train situation. Okay, that's actually right next to the depot. Good. Making good progress, I think, on this first Corlex. I'm probably going to have him done in the next hour or so, I think. Relesius seeds. All of it in there, please. Bone meal is just waiting on steam. Steam is just waiting on fuel. This cannot make nearly enough steam, but it doesn't need to run non-stop. Okay, we should be making biological samples. Means that we can make 4 alien samples. Which means... any more biosamples, which is about flour. Give me all these flowers back. Okay, the fetal serum is just waiting on glassware. I'm theoretically going to request glassware. There isn't any in there. Can steal some from Pi Science, I guess. Glass production seems to be a big problem. Rubber stoppers. It's all because like rubber stoppers and stuff. No rubber stoppers because there's no rubber. No rubber because there's no rubber. There's no rubber. Can I get some rubber? Mole trash has belts, but that's not really rubber. I shut off the thing that was making too much rubber, right? Like too much belt? We're not endlessly making belt. So where's all the rubber going? I'm gonna bring some rubber over manually to bootstrap this glass thing maker. That takes care of one more of the damn things that I need. So that's the fetal serum taken care of completely. Artificial blood was the other one I was working on. That wants this Flutech crap, which requires Decalin. Which I doubt we have hooked up to any kind of train grid. What else? Cobalt fluoride is also going to be weird. Ah! More rubber per second in the base? Does rubber come from seaweed or what? Oh, confused now. Alright, we're making rubber stoppers, which means we're gonna have glassware. This build is missing inserters. Every other machine doesn't have an input. Dang it. I got the rubber stoppers and now there's no molten glass. Son of a bitch. Oh, there's a little bit of glassware in there actually. Enough to make a Corlex. Hopefully. Okay, next was... Got the glassware. I can just chuck the glassware into the fetal serum, and then that's done. cDNA. Bum. Is this one? Actually take me straight to where I'm going. Okay, so... Retrovirus. Of course, there's no hot air nearby when I need it. Damn it. Okay, that is enough of that stuff. Beetle serum. cDNA just needs laboratory instruments. Yeah, I thought that was the same place. The one that I was just at. Okay, so we don't need to do that. Have I seen the old base? See, that's what I was looking for. I asked that specific question. I said, is there somewhere that someone, like, because I remember we experimented with stuff here, but this was really old, and none of the stuff that I need was there, but I didn't know this one existed. I don't see any of the stuff that I'm needing, though. Oh, actually, the cDNA. Where does the cDNA go? Ah, 3 of them. Okay, I need more than that, sadly. I need a total of 5, but that helps. Let me go get the glassware. Okay, well, we have no Cassian yet because we have no Corlexes yet because I'm still trying to make a Corlex, but I'm down to the last 2 ingredients in this little bio experimentation area that I called it. Just need cDNA and artificial blood. Okay, I think, did I need the actual laboratory equipment, though? Yeah, I do need laboratory instrument. Retrovirus. These are laboratory instruments. Except they have no equipment chassis. Because there's no iron nexlet. Antimony, blah. Antimony oxide, once again, not being delivered. It's always antimony oxide. I don't know. It's like always a problem. Which is always related to intermetallics. Probably. I just found some iron excellent antimony special, blah, 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 blah. So I'm gonna force out some more laboratory instruments, and then I can get the last 2 cDNAs. And then we're good to go. I'm just gotta chill here for a bit while this runs. I don't want to turn it all into... Actually, yeah, laboratory instrument is what we're trying to export from here. That's how many of these? 10 laboratory chassis, whatever they're called. You need just 1 laboratory instrument per cDNA. I just need retrovirus and plasmids, and I can go pick up the part that was... here. And hopefully there's some plasmids around here. I can steal 2 plasmids, 3 retrovirus. Perfect. That's enough to make a couple extra. Glassware. It's like, in order to create a new animal, you have to like go on this little special mission. Alright, that takes care of the DNA that just leaves artificial blood. Artificial blood needs Flutec. Flutec needs the Decalin and the cobalt fluoride. Cobalt fluoride needs rare earth oxides, can be made in a solid separator from rare earth concentrate. Okay, that's enough of those. All this stuff back just because I don't wanna get through these apparently. Cobalt fluoride, rare earth. This is a station that wants to do stuff with rare earth. Princess Luna. Like we didn't really get started with that yet though. Rare earth concentrate comes from rare earth solution mixed with something. What am I doing here? I'm supposed to be going to... Oh, this is just fine. One last damn thing, stupid artificial blood. Is there any other way to make flute tech? Make this Decalin, I need titanium plate. Hydrogen and aromatics. Bum, bum, bum. Just so happen to have some hydrogen here. Nice. Okay, and aromatics. There's a spot right here. I could request a shipment of 50,000 aromatics just for... Yeah, why not? If it solves the problem, can't be a bad thing, right? No train on the way yet. Does that mean we don't have aromatics? We have two providers, but they are both not ready. Okay, that's not too far away. If I had to, I could pipe that up rather than have to wait. Hate seeing 14k aromatics in there. Is aromatics going up? Yes. By about 100 a second. Okay. Well, let's assume that this gets connected. I'll make some Decalin. The Decalin wants to go in there. One down. Now I just need the cobalt fluoride. Oh god, which needs? Okay. Need to make rare earth solution in a fluid separator. So I need to get rare earth powder. Step 1. Take the rare earth ore. Smash it. $51 on the way. Maybe that's enough. Who knows? That's going to give us rare earth dust. Need water. Have water. Need sulfuric acid. If we got our aromatics delivery. Sulfuric acid. Anywhere? Got syngas, tar, syngas, something else. Like this one's available. Yeah, that's close enough. What did I say I need? Sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid. And I need ammonia. And I need acid gas, and I need hot air. Ugh. Can I... Somebody built right where this thing's supposed to go. Edge. This one's completely untapped. I'll just use this one. Right, I said sulfuric acid. I don't even know if we make it yet. That is position 2. Sulfuric. Good night. Happy, wonderful rest of your weekend. Okay, sulfuric acid, and then I said acid gas. And ammonia. Should be this one. Yeah, so let's go. Hmm. Yeah, you're the one that wants sulfuric acid. Done a little bit of that. Let's put a provider here. You are making stuff. Let's put this into a passive provider box. Oh, close. Nice. There's nope, that's acid gas. Let me guess, we don't actually have sulfuric acid yet? Ammonia is on the way. But the sulfuric acid does not exist, so I'll have to figure that one out myself, apparently. Okay. Well, we want to make it. We're gonna make it in a chemical plant. Need sulfur. Sulfur is gathered from a sulfur vein. Do we have sulfur at least? Yes. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Give sulfur. Now I just need hydrogen peroxide. Which means I need this crap. God damn it. This is ridiculous. Ugh. I need naphthalene, and then I need vanadium. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, it just keeps going. It just keeps going forever. Vanadium pulp? Come on. Like, tell me someone's already done all this. Vanadium. Nope. Nothing. Is there a different way to make sulfuric acid, maybe? Yeah. A much easier way. Just take the damn acid gas. Alright. Mix it with water. Not doing any of this shit. Okay, so I have the acid gas, and I can just use that mixed with water. Okay, so acid gas is already up here. Okay, got our sulfuric acid. We're making the rare earth mud. We're gonna take that rare earth crap, we're gonna mix it with this. It also wants sulfur. Okay, this is making rare earth mud, which wants to go here. I'm making steam. which I can send back. Down to here. And we got sand and rich dust. Okay, looks like I need to get more rare earth ore. There are no stations that have rare earth ore? What? Nice. Very nice. Just stops. Nice. Also, there's this one. There's just two of them. Completely untapped. Cool. Ugh. This is taking so much more effort than I expected, even though, like, I've spent all of my time on it. Here, take me to here, actually. Okay, so we are bringing this here. Here. Thing is, I don't actually need to set his thing up. I kind of want to. Now I'm going to do this. Oh, there goes my train. I doubt that naphtha is going to get delivered. Hope I have enough belt for this. I doubt I do. I don't know if these are even filtered lanes. This is going to have gravel. These are going to have stone? That one and that one are just stone. And the two in the middle, I just put a flitter here, priority on the gravel, should work. That makes this one rare earth powder or dust? Dust. Well, I've said it like 8 times now, but I think I'm almost there. I think I have enough rare earth crap that I can finish this, which is going to give me more of this. I need this rare earth slurry. I need my ammonia, which has never been delivered, which makes me think we don't make. That doesn't seem right. I'm pretty sure we've had ammonia for a long time, haven't we? 20k provided at one station. Pretty close. Okay, I can just tap into that one. Instead of even having this one be a thing. Bum bum bum. Hose. Means that a lot of this over here can go away. Okay, looks like we need a pump. And ammonia can come in. Pretty sure that that's supposed to be ammonia already. I never hooked it up. Where's the ammonia going? There. Okay, got ammonia. Means we have rare earth flurry plus ammonia equals 10% chance for uranium ore. Weird. This means I finally have rare earth solution. Rare earth solution we're going to mix with more sulfuric acid. This is going to create copper ore. And rare earth concentrate. Rare earth concentrate. Going to grab the iron oxide. Need to mix in acid gas. Was not blood. This one. Need hot air? Oh, so close. Hot air, hot air. Don't think there is hot air. I've seen. Damn. Hot air train on its way. That was way over here. Very far away. Okay. That was annoying, but I have hot air. Air goes here. Bum, bum, bum. I'm gonna make a frickin' Corlex, man. I'm gonna do it. They can't stop me. Alright, we have hot air. Cobalt extract. God damn it. This is cobalt fluoride. Cobalt fluoride is the last thing I need. Look at this Corlex just sitting there waiting to be made. He just needs some artificial blood. That's it. Okay, pressurized air. That one's easy. Let's do the easy one first, because I'm getting tired. Okay, pressurized air, done. Now I just need cyanic acid. Not on the trains. God damn it. We can make it from ammonia, which I have. We can import coal. Make it from fish hydrous lysate or whatever. Urea. I have some urea. Somewhere in this process I was using, there it is, urea. Then there was one item remaining. Cobalt extract is going to go into... And we're going to have to do something about tailing. Mixed ores. Oh, I need to take some rare earth ore, some nickel core, or copper ore into a ball mill. Don't have any random copper ore nearby, huh? Copper. All right. Yeah, I don't need a full train though. I'm just making enough to make one Corlex. Once I have the first Corlex, then I can make more Corlex using this recipe. You already taking me back? Of course you are. One sec, let me get the copper before it tries to turn me around again. And then the other thing I needed was nickel, I think. Nickel ore. I see that we are not actually exporting the nickel ore at all, which I think might be a mistake. I probably do want to look that up. This train can just chill here for a sec. At the very least, I just want to hook up one belt of input to it. Crap. Like in the middle of nowhere, though. How do I get... With spaghetti, that's how. Damn it. That should be enough for now. Okay, in fact, this is 2 of the 3 ores that are needed. Might make sense to set up some sort of... I'm gonna put a pin here. Consider making big... what's this stuff called again? Take me to the back small. Called, mixed ores, comma, stone. I think we're ready. It's gonna take 5 minutes to actually make the Corlex. We are officially making a cobalt extract tailings recipe, making cobalt extract. The cobalt extract is going to go into a chemical plant, and then we're going to use it to make cobalt fluoride. Cobalt fluoride is going to go into here. We're going to use it to make Flutec PP6. Flutec PP6. The liquid. We're going to pump that shit into here, mix it with albumin, and that's going to make artificial blood. And the artificial blood, we're gonna put here. And that's gonna make a Corlex. We are going to start making the first Corlex after we get 100 artificial blood, which is currently being crafted right now. Right there. Ta-da! We're using blood to make artificial blood? Yeah, it's, it's a different kind of blood. I don't know. Called fetal serum. That Corlex is going to then go into this machine, which we're going to use to do Corlex pup. The only reason we can't just do this right now is because we need at least 1 Corlex module. Need fish hydrolysate barrels. Need to collect tufer seeds and get some of that Corlex food. Which was here. Okay, that's Corlex food. Fish hydrolysate. Hmm. Okay, I just need to get the 2 for seeds, which I think we have, and I need to figure out how to make fish hydrolysate barrels, which is, I assume that we have fish hydrolysate deliverable. Is this related to fish? Fish oil. Oh no. Okay, so we're gonna do saline water. Desync. Crap. Game does not want us to make Corlex, apparently. This is pretty much where you give. This is too much. I'm tired of trying to figure out how to make a Corlex. But I'm so close, but I'm so far. Ugh. Alright, looks like gonna have to rehost, but it's also 5:30. But it's like seriously performing poorly now. So close. Corlex, I did it. Where is he? But where is he? Did they already deliver him? What? He's not in the box. And that was not fast enough for a robot to come pick him up. At least I don't think. And the only place that's asking for him... Wait. Wait, are those idiots trying to take the one Corlex that we have all the way over here to the Corlex milking? No, it's this recipe. It did finish. Well, my only guess is that, yes, a robot did manage to pick him up before I could see it. So if that's the case, it would be roughly flying in that direction. It would be a construction robot. There he is. Oh, that's a tree. I don't think we use Corlex anywhere else. We don't even have him yet, you know? They didn't put him in here. Trying to cage it. Yeah, maybe it went up because I built the building. There he is. He's inside that machine. Ugh. Got him. Alright, you little silly goose. You're supposed to be here. Now we can make Corlex pups. Corlex pups are gonna go into this recipe. Just gotta figure out the fish hydrolysate, which is this stuff here. I just need salt. Nice. 150 already on the way, so that'll make a little bit of salt. The chlorine and hydrogen I literally do not care about. And we need to bring the sulfuric acid down. Ba-bum. Okay, sodium hydroxide, please. Where is the salt? Claim to be bringing it, but I don't see you. There you are. Hey. As we get a little bit more, now we're making fish hydrolysate. That is gonna go here. Darn. Last thing to do, find Tufer seeds. I see Tufra, but I do not see Tufer seeds. They are over there. Need to export Tufer seeds if they're not being used. You can do by... I mean, it is a bit spaghetti what I've been doing, but it's also, like, how else do you set up the first Corlex? Like, you have to kind of spaghetti everything. We want to filter out seeds. Alright, that should be enough to run this for a bit. Yeah, so I need to automate the... all I did is, I did set it up so there should be raw earth in here. There's some raw earth ore, but there's also just rare earth dust that we can import. So it's just about automating some of the delivery of this crap. Boom! Make Corlex pups! Somehow he's using mitosis. No. What's that one word? Is it mitosis? Might be mitosis. Alright, I'm gonna bounce him over to... Hydrolysates stopped being made. There's no sodium hydroxide because we're out of salt. Alright. 2x Corlex. So 1 Corlex becomes... Well, no, we're just going to gain 2 Corlex here. Because that guy will stay there. But, that takes a very long time to work. Very slow. Normally, it would be a 150-second craft time, but because we don't have any of the Corlexes, it's going to take at least 10 times that. So we're looking at like 1,500 seconds. $25 minutes. Out of curiosity, I wonder how my milker is doing. My milker has failed. All 4 types fail eventually. Because they all run out of empty milk barrels. Because... Yeah, so M still runs away. M is the milk barrel count. We end up with 350 filled milk barrels. I'm guessing... Oh, this thing probably just got totally full. Yeah. So never mind, they didn't really fail, they just sort of ran forever. It has been 2 hours and 36 minutes since I let this start. And it made like 360,000 milk. Plus all the milk that's in the current containers. So, it works. Alright, I'm gonna stretch my legs and I'll be right back. Oh, it was a lot of work to get a Corlex. Oh, man. %. What am I doing? There's water right here. This makes 2.5 water per second, so that's more than enough. Since we don't need to request water barrels. Need to get salt. No salt being delivered, huh? Have salt. Did I forget a step? I don't think I did. Why you no bring salt? Station with... It only needs to move 2,000. Oh, did I put one that's not the actual salt? No, it's the one. Snail killer, 50, stack says 50. Salt, snail killer, stack size 50. It's the same salt. What the hell? Oh, I had... Ah. Got it. There he goes. Cool. Alright, so that salt connection will mean We have more hydro lysate salt. I just gotta bring all these items in now. But it's gonna continue to run. 39%. Okay, need to automate two for seed delivery. Fish is also, I think, unlikely to be provided. Well, there's 2,800 fish in logistics storage. Never mind. The fish are fine. Am I gaining cooling reactors right now? I think I am. This is, I guess I don't need to do salt, but too late, I've already... Well, actually... I mean, it is very fast, 50 per second. guy's going to use... Need to get the Corlex food and the Tufer seeds. Tufer seeds should be in the train network now. I think I did that. Yeah, 3K available. But they need 4,000 to be able to ship. Let's ask for another couple goods over here. For seeds. And Warlex food. Whoops. Alright, the Tufer seeds I'm not expecting to be delivered for a while, but where's the Corlex food? There should be Corlex food already. We've stopped making Corlex food because there's not enough fish oil. What's wrong with fish? Fish aren't fishing because there's no fish eggs. There's no fish eggs because there's no phytoplankton. There's no phytoplankton because there's no tin grade 1. So the tin mine appears to be broken. There's a massive tin mine, but all that it does is export tin plate, uncapped, instead of exporting some tin grade 1. Or am I misreading? Yeah, this belt doesn't do anything, and it looks like it wasn't intended to ever export the intermediates. Yeah. Was it an upgraded recipe for the fish, or why was the fish... Why does fish need tin grade 1? This place does import tin grade 1, so yeah, I know why we need it there, but like, the molten tin build over here just, it has overflow. It doesn't have any overflow enabled to allow for the tin grade 1 to connect to the network. Alright, I'll do one more thing of work. Did our dude make babies yet? 81%? Hmm. Problem with this build also. This entire row has 0 products finished. Because that top belt's supposed to have ore. tin grade 1, right? That one. Alright, we got an overflow for tin grade 1, so the fish should have tin. Missing required fluid. What? No fluid to mine, it's just steam. We're trying to provide all of these places that want steam with just a single provider station. There is nowhere near enough fuel being delivered. Oh, it's because it's only requesting Kerrigan now. That's not exactly what I meant when I said earlier that we should prioritize Kerrigan. I meant more like continue to deliver all of the different fuel types, but then make sure Kerrigan comes out first. Well, there was a much better way to do the logic, like... You could just say, like, a decider combinator. And say, if Kerrigan... If Kerrigan is greater than, like, 0. If there is Kerrigan in the warehouse, then output the signal Kerrigan. Bum. Oh, let me think. This station used to only accept, like, all types of fuel, right? That logic is already done. Enter 1 for the fuel types that should be imported if there is no Kerrigan. Right, but it's not working. Or are you saying we're just completely out of fuel? Because I'm only seeing Kerrigan trains. Okay, well, I still would do it different, though. Because Kerrigan has the lowest fuel value. You're not going to get enough deliveries with one train station only bringing 2,000 Kerrigan or whatever at a time. As evidenced by the fact that most of the boilers don't ever have any fuel. But like, I would control it on the loader outputs. Have dynamic filters on the loaders and say if there's Kerrigan in the deposit, then set the filter to Kerrigan. That forces the Kerrigan out. And if there isn't any Kerrigan, then send any, or send each as a filter. Because ideally we want to have all fuel types here. I think that the lag time between when the trains are getting dispatched, even though it is constantly using 3 trains, it's too slow. Yeah, I was just thinking you could also request something from an adjacent brick and then have it help some of these lines, but like, you see why there's an issue. Like, I really think that we're only getting about 1/3 of the steam production that this whole thing is supposed to be doing. Because just looking at the belts, there's just a lot missing. Okay, I mean, whatever. There isn't enough steam, so I'm trying to make more steam. And the way to do that would be to make all these boilers keep like constantly run instead of run a little bit. And the way to do that would be to provide more fuel. And the way to do that would be to have different types of fuel here. I think it's pretty logical. Alright, did our dude make babies yet? He did. I'm gonna return and put those into the module slots, and then about 6:20, so I'll need to wrap up soon. Good weekend. Getting Corlexes functional was an interesting thing. I had said that I wanted to focus heavily on the new stuff instead of hiding and just doing iron and whatever, and I did dive into it pretty hard. Felt good, but... take me to here. Yeah, I need to get the Corlex food production stabilized. It's here. Oh. Keep on expanding. It's down here. Get out a pin. Yeah, we don't want the robots to try to go place all of the Corlexes that come out of here until the machines that are like making more Corlexes are actually functional. So I think I'm gonna really raise this. Just we want to keep them here, not in logistics. Yeah, but Julio, the way you had it set up, notice how the Corlex, the first completed Corlex recipe just left them in the output slot? It doesn't actually like put them into this machine as its own. It doesn't do it automatically. Use filters, empty barrels. Oh, we already did that. I'm sure that some of the process along here I probably forgot to do some of this stuff. We could also increase the speed that we make more Corlexes by continuing to run the basic recipe. Although, if we're just patient, we don't need to do that. But I don't want to be patient, really. Need barrels. Antimony output quintupled. Damn. That's huge. Does that mean we have intermetallics? Probably not. How much you want to bet if I go look at the intermetallics production right now, none of it's running? Oh, look, I was right. Middleroy, which is the antimony oxide, but you said it just came online, so I assume that. Why are we putting Corlex pups into the container? I guess it's fine. Corlex pups don't have any purpose other than being used to grow into Corlex, though. So this one makes 0.05 a second. This one, you don't really need to keep making them. They don't serve a purpose outside of this. 0.003 Corlexes per second. 11 whole Corlex per hour. Wham. I was killed by a loco. Is that the first F of the day? I think I might need to put another outserter to ensure that the... I don't care what side of the belt the milk is on, really. And now I'm running water and milk. No empty milk barrels. I'm gonna have to rethink this thing again. Just fix. Still takes about 5 minutes. No fish. But also, it doesn't need fish. Because there's plenty of fluid, because we're not barreling, because there's already 50. Change your mind? Yeah, I've been wondering about the math on these, like, I don't know if it's better to run... Well, I guess I could take this into the test world and do some math that way. Like, if you only have a couple critters... Let's say you have 3 total. Well, we have 5 total right now. So let's say we have 5 total, or as an alternative, we can have 1 with 4 and 1 with 1. Or we could put 1 module in all of them. What does this give per hour? 22.86 Corlex per hour with just 1 module. 16 per hour with 4 in one and 1 in another. So it actually gives the least total yield if you keep stacking them in the one machine. Interesting. Well, that's 20 Corlex. This one does 48 per hour. But if I were to put 1 into 20 different machines and do it, 91.4 versus 48. 90% more by spreading it out. That means that we should be doing it more like this, like balancing it. One thing that can be done to get more tin is atomizing meat. There's tin in meat? What? Five meat becomes tin ore? What? Huh. You could actually deliver meat to the fish farms. Like this fish oil brick, instead of having, if you didn't want to, I mean, instead of having to deliver tin ore, just deliver meat, and then atomize the meat into a tiny little thing that creates the tin grade 1 for the phytoplankton. Like, this many machines, as what I assume the fish farm needs, only wants 0.73 in grade 1 per second. This one machine, if it were actually built. Makes 0.167? No, it makes 0.33. Yeah, just two of these. Where is it? I keep getting lost. Two of these added to the build and then deliver meat. And then we don't have to worry about the tin overflow. It would create some tin grade 2. Which we could smash again. I don't know, it's an idea. How much tin does the brick need? Well, I'm worried about the tin plate production being affected by the... I mean, it can't be, because I put it at the end and I put logic in so that it only forwards the tin grade 1 if we don't need it. If that brick is like a head. But altogether, this build has 4 plus that many plus that many. It needs exactly one tin grade 1 per second to feed the phytoplankton. That and water. Yeah, it looks like 6. But that causes us to gain tin grade 2. Which would want to be exported. Tin grade 1 net is 1.58 if you add those machines, and if you don't have it, it's... Alright, yeah, so 1 per second, and then you have 0.5 tin grade 2. But if you instead only ran like 4 and then crushed what was left, It's 326. Alright, it's, yeah, 332. I don't know, I would just export the in grade 2. Although, we're never going to get another recipe for it. It's just, the only thing tin grade 2 is ever for is to smash again. So exporting it does seem kind of silly then. If we're only providing 1.5 out of the 1.66, then we're only going to run this machine at 90%, which means we're going to get 90% of the 0.33. Oh no, of the 0.16. Times 2 machines. No, 3 machines. So these two aren't going to get the 0.5 that they want. I don't know. Something to think about. Okay, sorry, 6:43. I'm after 6:30. I gotta wrap up. Sorry, guys. I got a little distracted by the tin idea and everything else that happened today. You know, like you do. Being able to turn meat into tin is such a weird concept, though. I think that importing meat is a great use for meat. Otherwise, we have just massive deposits full of flesh that, you know, like, it's just... I don't remember where. Hog butchering, I think it was, is the main one. There's just... Look at all this meat. Look at all that tin. That's just tin. The fish oil makes meat? Oh, well then, maybe... Maybe we're supposed to recycle the meat. Where's the meat come from? Alright, fish rendering. If this were all running, this makes 1 meat per second. And if we were to run that through 3 machines, it would be not quite enough meat. You would still need to import meat. Or just import tin. But also, did I factor in the whole thing? Like all of the steps? I'm not sure that we're actually fish, like, rendering with all that many. Yeah, it's still showing a 0.43 per second meat deficit. $22.86 Corlex per hour now. I'm gonna have so many in no time. But like I said, I'm supposed to leave. I don't know why I'm still here. Time to go. Hey, gotta go. Good night. See you soon.